the life cycle cost that we're experiencing, but actually it is life cycle because we're turning profits on it. So they're looking at a lot more aspects than what we were in our internal programs. That was evidenced in the half-ton fleet NOA. When you look at the 3/4 tons, the 1 tons, and everything above that, we were actually doing better management. And in a lot of cases, those pieces of fleet and equipment, we're doing significant investment in upfitting for specialized services, light bars, toolboxes, slip tanks, all those sorts of things. It doesn't seem like it amounts to much, but when you take on 2, 3, 4 hours in the shop every time you want to roll something out, and if you're going to turn that fleet over every 12 months, you want to minimize the time that it takes to flip it out. So we've gotten that down, that these 7, 8 trucks that we have in the partnership are supervisory units. They don't get two-way radios. They don't get permanent beacon lights. They're suction cup, and we're going to move to a standard fixed bar because some of those are falling off that aren't great for us. But we've really minimized what goes into those units to keep the cost of inputs down and the profit margin up. So if that answers your question and highlights enough for council, if there's any further questions.
Lynette?
This program seems like a win-win. I'll make the motion to option 1, I believe it was, in the RFD. Yes.
Thank you, Lynette. We're now going to call the question on Lynette's vote. All in favor of Lynette's motion? That is carried. You'll look after that, Mark. 9.2.
Okay. This would have been the manager of operations. However, he's on a leave of absence today. So dust abatement program policy has been reviewed. In the past, we have had 2 policies, one for the residential program because that comes with a subsidized price that is seen in the schedule of fees bylaw. The other being the non-residential program, industry, commercial, business type applications. Going through consolidating bylaws into one and stuff, things get really muddy and hard to really convey to council without probably causing a lot of question to keep up with all the edits and the redactions and things out of those. So we've combined it into about as concise a policy as we possibly can that I think provides a little more clarity for council, the public, even operations. It meets operations needs. And we're just looking for council to adopt the policy as presented to you today.
Okay, questions for Mark on this dust abatement policy? Holly.
Actually, a question about the application form. I know we've discussed several times that, and I see it in the policy, that the condition or length of time, however you have it expressed, is not guaranteed. Is that in large print in the application form, or how is that communicated to those who are applying?
Mark.
There's being some revisions done to the application form as well, which does not form part of this policy, because then as we go through time and stuff, we can edit. But yes, it is stressed. It's if you missed the deadline, it's stressed in the advertisements on the radio, in the newspaper. Those people that were the previous year's applicants get their application mailed to them, and that is identified on there. So that is very upfront and center for anybody that has been part of the program. Those that are new would have to pay attention to the newspaper and the radio advertisements, and that radio advertisement is quite intense in the last week to 2 weeks for application deadline. I think I would just like to add that just be mindful that it's residential that is only qualifying for the subsidized rate. So if it's industry that's late, there's no, it's just the fixed fee that is there in the schedule of fees.
Holly?
Sorry, Mark, my question was to actually how long the dust abatement will last on the road. That's the part I was actually, because that's where I get the complaints. So I'm just wanting some clarification on that.
Yeah, That's in there. I can't guarantee you that a paved road's gonna last 30 years either, so I don't know how you put it so up front and center, and keeping things concise at the same time without confusing, but there is notice on there that the county reserves the right to maintain the road when there are safety hazards present, and we can't control the weather, so if there's no moisture, it's gonna dry out and there will be some dust particles.
And being mindful that these are county roads. Even though we pay to have the abatement put on, we don't own the roads because of that. I've talked to ratepayers who have a sense of that. So, yeah, Greg.
Hi, Mark. My question's in regards to the residential subdivisions such as, say, Bantry Bay or the Rattleback subdivision. There's dust abatement that goes down on those roads, or some of them anyway. How does that work? How is that charged? Do they qualify for the residential? And because they're not hamlets, they're not. I'm just wondering how that is charged for them.
So historically, residents are free to apply as they deem necessary, and as per the policy, if your frontage is less than the minimum required treatment, it is the frontage of your property that will get charged back to you. There have been instances where operations has come forward to council and said, this subdivision, and I'm going to use Westland Acres as an example, there are residences on both sides of the road. This resident says, I want it. The resident across from them says, I don't. And they don't have property lines that are exactly across from each other like a checkerboard, they're staggered. So we're into worse than a checker match or a chess match where, what are we doing? Half the road and only the length of the frontage. We have come in and received the blessings of council historically, which is included in the interim budget, which you've already approved, to proceed with doing those entire subdivisions. That does not get charged back to those individual residents. If that is something that council would like to look at moving forward, that is something that would be a discussion point.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, as far as in the Bantry Bay area with the new pathway, is that road there in front of those houses, or is that one going to be, what's going to happen with that one? Is that one going to be charged, or is that one going to be dust abated?
That one, as per the plan, is up to the individual residents to apply for. We have, from an operational basis, there's not enough traffic volume in there for operations to say that it's a safety hazard where we're continually sending a grader in there to grade the road due to washboard or potholing and stuff. So those are some of the things that we've brought and discussed with respect to the subdivisions that we do on the county's behalf.
Lynette?
My question is on the paper that's being sent out. So if somebody is already signed up as paperless for any of their other invoicing, do we stay paperless for the dust abatement as well?
That's a good question, because I'm not 100% sure, but I can advise council that we are currently working on an electronic application form that when payment would be received, it could go through virtual county hall. Memory serving me, I do believe the application form does convey that there are the online payment options, and if you're going to do that, you have to do this, that, the next thing, and I guess I'd have to defer to Matt as to how invoicing happens in that case, because payment is required before your application is considered deemed complete, right?
I don't think invoicing, unless you've signed up for electronic things to go that way, that it happens that way. It's enabled for utility billing, so that's got a function where it'll automatically kick it out, but I don't believe for like AR, accounts receivable, it's enabled.
Okay, future, we'll work on that. Any other questions for Mark on this policy? Seeing none, how do you wish to handle? Adina?
I'd like to make an motion that we adopt the policy as presented.
Any further comments? Call the question. All in favor of Adina's motion? That is carried. Thanks, Mark. So, you know, council, we can solve this problem. All it takes is for us to move in a little bit. We are spaced out. We used to have more people around this horseshoe. Yeah, Lane used to sit at the end of the table there at every meeting, and so we had 12 people around this table. Anyway, just letting you know that it could happen if we chose to make it happen.
Well, I think we have Dan reaching out as far as he can, and we can't even get Lynette in at all. So I think if we're going to do that, you almost have to say how people have voted. I don't think we can get Lynette and Neil in no matter how much we squish.
Oh, yeah, if I slipped over beside.
Yeah.
Well, to me in general, if we just sat cozier in general, I already told them that they should take those 2 spots right now.
Well, there's actually 3 spots right now. I mean, we don't need. Yeah, okay. We'll have that conversation over lunch. Let's go on to committee reports. Item 10 on our agenda. Quite a few reports. We've been busy this month. Great to have the reports. Helps out the councillors that aren't available to go to conferences or conventions. Are there any questions on the AIDA conference? We had a pretty good contingent at that one. Any questions on Ag Service Board conference that Todd and his staff hosted down in Lethbridge? Sorry? Grasslands FCSS, any questions for Holly and Amanda? Seeing none. Newell Housing Foundation. Great information in there. Thanks for your report. Great information. I'm serious, like 11, yeah, just information that we wouldn't know otherwise, so thank you. Next report is regional tourism. Amanda, Adina, you went to Edmonton. Do you want to speak to this one? Because it was a late arrival, and anything you want to add or highlight?
So, nothing for Brooks Region Tourism, but for the summit, as I said earlier, I was quite amazed at just how much economic development is involved. And one of the other things I found really fascinating, because I don't know, maybe because I'm a mother of I had 4 kids, I was always looking for things to do that were cheaper, but Travel Alberta is looking for things that are going to cost people to come into our community to do. So they're looking for paid experiences, and especially agritourism was a really big one. They're trying to entice people from other countries and the States to come and do agritourism, and I couldn't help but think about back in the day, my grandparents used to go with UGG, the elevator company, on farm tours to Europe and stuff, and so that was just something I found very interesting. On that note, though, they said that for tourists, for people to get visas to come here and tour or to work, because we, you know, just like everything, there's a labor shortage. There's a problem. There's a lot of red tape to get visas, so I thought that was something that we don't always think about when we're thinking about tourism. And then just the thought, because pathways are always quite a hot topic, just the thought, they would like to see Alberta crisscrossed with all kinds of pathways to connect communities, sort of like they refer to the province of Quebec, has a lot of pathways connecting communities. So like not just a short 12-kilometer pathway, but like a 350-kilometer pathway. And I know I got a friend that's going down to the States in the next little bit, and they're taking a 350-mile trek on pedal bikes and on a designated pathway. So, people are really looking to spend that kind of money. Last thing I'll say, WestJet has started two different direct flights to South Korea and Japan, because those communities really want to come to Alberta. So I thought that was really interesting. And then just right back to the economic development, the fellow that I talked to from Sundre, he's running their tourism board, because the economic development is such a big part of what they're trying to create. So, just some interesting stuff. Lots of different people there. And then the other thing was talking to the guy from Alberta Parks, and he didn't realize that we've been trying to get a sign on the highway. Just things that you think everybody should know about, and no clue. So those were some good contacts that I made.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks for the report, Adina. Did they, when you talked to Mr. Simmerich, Executive Director and Coordinator of Southern Alberta Forestry and Parks, did he indicate that there was going to be any provincial money for pathways, or did he indicate anything about they want to increase the camping sites to 900, and that there would be a good 100 available at Tilbrook, just that they already own? I'm just I get it. There's a lot of talk, or there seems to be talk out there, but I'm just wondering if the federal government was the federal government was part of this, or was it just Alberta? If the federal government and Alberta government are going to put more funding into these type of things to draw people to, especially Southern Alberta, it is a bit frustrating, and I get it, and I'm sure talking to the fellow that it tends to be frustrating sometimes, I imagine.
Adina?
So there wasn't anything from the federal government. The TIAA is Travel Alberta focused group. So there wasn't anybody there representing the federal government. I'm sorry, I think it's like 2.3 billion that has been given to go into tourism. I wrote it down. I thought I had put it in my report, but maybe not. So there's grants out there. They want to create a lot of tourism in the area. Pathways was one of the ideas they put forward. The trail between Rocky Mountain House and Nordegg, I thought that was kind of interesting how they've used the old train tracks and created a trail out of that. The David Thompson area has a nice little pamphlet with all the different campgrounds and pathways, and so that was something Jamie and I talked about that could be done for the county of Newell, so that you could see just what is available and how to get to them. There was a lot of talk with Mr. Simmerich about red tape, because even trying to get, and I know, like paddleboard rentals or kayak rentals out there at Kimbrick Island, there always seems to be a lot of red tape, and for us, we wanted to get into Dinosaur Park to do some filming and take pictures to put on social media, and we had like 6 months of red tape to get through before we could get in there and take pictures. So just trying to get rid of some of that stuff. And then, so then he referred us to his right-hand woman, and she talked to Jamie quite some time about the Steveville Bridge and what we can do there, and get that accessible again for kayakers and canoers and stuff. So lots of connections made. It was great. It wasn't just for people, tourism boards, but there were also people there. Like there was a guy there from Jasper who has a zip line. So, if you had some kind of business like that, you could make some connections and get some info. And then the talk about short-term rentals, that was really amazing too. So, because, I like a Airbnb, but I also understand how it's not so helpful for the community if all your places are taken up as Airbnb. So yeah, lots of information there. Beautiful place to stay, and I feel like everybody should go once. Yeah.
Thanks, Adina. Holly?
I don't know if you know this, Adina, but just following up on what Greg said about camping spots, is Tillybrook fully booked in the summer? Like, I know if there's a lake anywhere near, every spot is gone, but does Tillybrook actually get booked up?
So Tillybrook does get booked up first of all, Kinbrook and then Tillybrook, because Kinbrook's got the water, but Tillybrook's not that far. It's not always booked solid during the week, but definitely on weekends, it's people are parked in overflow, so.
Yep, go ahead.
The other was on your actual report from Brooks Tourism. Can you tell me what DMF is, and how that account is used, and how the Community Strong account is used?
Okay, so DMF is Destination Marketing Fund. There you go, yeah. So they collect, well, actually, I think hotels collect. If they're contributing to the DMF, they collect 3%. If they're not, they collect 1%. And so they pay that money to us, and then we include them in our advertising, social medias, yeah, that kind of stuff. So they get a benefit that way. And then our Community Strong, we have EDF, I'm sorry, Experience Development Fund. So we have so much money a year that people can apply for, and it has to be something that they're bringing to the community that is different, that it isn't an everyday thing. Like Silver Sage has applied for some a couple of times for Heart of the Horse, yes. And the Outriders or whatever, the Red Bull thing, they've applied for money before. Rosemary Canada Day always applies for some money each year for something that they're going to do. So it's an extra little bit of money that people can apply for to bring a different experience to the area that they don't normally offer.
Greg?
Sorry, these funds are available through our tourism board? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we have like $25,000 a year, so, and it runs from April 1st to the end of March. And so if we had a whole bunch of applications at the beginning of the year and we gave it all away, then that's all there is. So, but yeah, there's several different hockey tournaments sometimes. Hockey teams will apply for it, excuse me. And it's brought some interesting things to the area. The motocross, the dirt bikes, different things, yeah.
And are these forms available on only your website or also on the county website?
Only through the tourism website.
Can you just tell us what that website name is?
Brooks, sorry, Brooks Region Tourism. So if you go on there, you'll see there's the entire county of Newell is represented there, but that's the name of the website, is Brooks Region Tourism.
Thank you. Very informative. All right. Let's do this light one, 11.1. Okay. I've had a request for a 5-minute break. We will recess for 5 minutes. It's 11 o'clock. We have a few more agenda items here. Just get. Let's talk about restricted surplus. Matt, you'll take us through that?
Yeah, you bet. And I need to give thanks to our finance team who have scrambled to meet a deadline a week earlier than typical. You know, it's always a good idea to monkey around with council meetings, but there are sometimes cascading effects. So that is, you know, an explanation of the late addition. Finance trying to firm up our final numbers for 2023. Happily, we're in a surplus position. We had budgeted for, it was about 14.4 million in surplus, and we're at 17.8. So typically what we do, and per policy, which requires us to review our piggy banks, our savings accounts, with council on an annual basis and compare them against targets, we go through this process. So what are we proposing to do with the extra surplus? Well, some of that surplus is attributable to the revenues that were generated by our volunteer firefighters going north. So we're proposing to put that difference from the fire budget into the fire apparatus fund. You will learn later today all of the different areas that could potentially go to fund in the future. And then the balance we have typically been putting into the infrastructure fund. That supports paving overlays, replacing bridges, taking care of our shoulder poles on roads. 4.9 million we're proposing to transfer there. We've provided a summary of the activity in the restricted surplus funds over the year and where the balance in that overall would be ending 2023 at 127 million, 127.9 million. We talked about the fire revenues, other reasons for the surplus. Our capital projects, we were underspent by about 6.2 million. That just means that rolls into the next year. So the rural water project would have been the largest spend, and we did not spend as much as we had included in budget for that. And good news story, our investment income came in a little bit higher than budgeted as well, 657,000 there. Each year we do like to remind council of what is lurking in some of these restricted surplus funds in terms of the projects they are intended to support. So you've got the detail there for the Future Projects Fund, which largely is used to save money for our gravel crushes, which happen, you know, every 5 to 7 years. Reclamation costs for our gravel pits and landfills. I will give you notice now, you will see a change in the estimated liability for reclamation costs for 2023. There's a new accounting standard. We always like it when the accountants, the rule makers in Ottawa come out with new standards. So we've got gravel pit reclamation, landfill reclamation costs, and we're going to see reclamation costs for pathway on EID land, as well as for building envelopes. Regional Enhancement Fund, there's a few dollars left for Div 6, Div 9. Emerson Bridge Park Campground improvements likely needs to be reallocated. We're through that project, and that would be the remaining balance that was designated to that project out of the Regional Enhancement Fund. And then the City of Brooks has a balance available, which we'll be reviewing that recreation agreement shortly here in the next few weeks, that they're allocating or wish to allocate to a few of their recreation projects. Compliance with policy, you've got the chart there showing, and we like to compare to the value of the assets that we have used. That value is represented in the accumulated amortization numbers. So for vehicles, machinery, and equipment, we're about 136% funded. Compared to what has been amortized out of that set of assets. Facilities, 92%, infrastructure, 94%, and fire apparatus, 282%. We probably need to look at our fire apparatus policy and come up with a better comparator for what's the right balance to be targeting there. A lot of the work that you'll see today coming out of the Behr report will help inform that moving forward. With that, Finance is looking for council approval of that year-end transfer of unrestricted net assets into your restricted surplus funds. And I'm available for questions.
Thanks, Matt. Lots of information there. Lynette, you're first.
So when you talked about the regional water not having used up as much money, but that's because I don't think they're quite as far as they were going to be. So does that mean that just kind of rolls over to next year and it won't come out of like this? It's into the next budget, basically.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, spot on. You've got it.
Any other? Greg?
Thanks for the report, Matt. That, okay, when we're looking at the percent of accumulated amortization funded, is that percentage is the closing account amortization versus the closing balance? Is that, or how does that work?
Yeah, good question. So to get the percent of accumulated amortization funded figure, you would look, if we're looking at vehicles, machinery, and equipment, you would take the 2023 closing balance, the 12.7 million, divide by the 2023 closing accumulated amortization balance of 9.35 million.
Any other questions for Matt on this? Otherwise, we have two options in front of us for this RFD. How do you wish to proceed? Preferred strategy is option 1. Adina.
I make a motion that we approve the year-end transfer of unrestricted net assets to restricted surplus funds.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? All in favor of Adina's motion? That is carried. All right, that was a heavy lift right there. We have information items, item 12 of our agenda. Payment register questions. Go ahead, Holly.
We had a cat euthanasia. I'm wondering why we euthanized a cat.
Go ahead, Matt. You would know that answer.
I'll take a stab at that one. I think typically what happens, finders keepers, right? So if you found a cat and you bring it to the vet to be euthanized, you're on the hook for the balance. I'll get the actual explanation from staff, but what I imagine happened is our peace officers may have come across a cat in distress that needed to be tended to humanely and took care of it.
Thanks, Matt. Good attempt at it. Any other questions from that payment registry? Of course, it's here for our information. The minibus report. Any questions on that? I read in the FCSS report that FCSS is using the minibus for at least one service or another. So, Holly.
We've asked FCSS if they can get that also put back in the bus report, to talk to Anne about that and including it in her report so we can all see it in her report.
Okay. It's good to have interagency interaction and cooperation. That is awesome. Oh, go ahead, Adina.
I was just going to say, and I think the hope is that maybe more seniors will use, because it's for Meals on Wheels, right? They're hoping that more people out in the county will be using Meals on Wheels this way. So that would be great.
Yep, that is excellent. Strategic priorities, they are listed there. Progress is being made. And we're going into a strategy session in May. I said March, it's May, okay? Thank you for that. Anything else? Otherwise, we will make a motion to go into camera early and get that piece of our business underway. Anything else? Nope. A motion to go into camera, please. Holly moves. All in favor of Holly's motion?
Drake Screever. I'm counselor for Division 5, Lake Newell Resort and Castles.
Good morning. I am Kelly Chrisman, and I'm from the west side of the county, around the town of Bassano, and I'm Deputy Reeve, so I'll chair this meeting today. Welcome.
Good morning. I see some familiar faces. Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Holly Johnson. I'm Division 4 Counselor for Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Good morning, Dina Scandrup, Counselor for Division 2. I'm your neighbor, the hamlet of Tilley and the surrounding area.
Oh, there we go. Hi, good morning and welcome. Nice to see you guys here. You guys are going to do fantastic today. I am Mr. Short, Danny, from Division 1. You guys may know that, right? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp. I'm from Division 3, the Patricia Millicent area, and I've already seen pictures of your presentation, and you have a really awesome cow on there.
Okay, Catherine, go to the back there.
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Welcome, Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Hi, Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
Todd Green, and I'll let you introduce yourself. Welcome, Darby.
Thank you. I'm Darby Lester, and I'm the admin assistant out at Rolling Hills School. And these girls have worked really hard on this presentation, and they're some of our leaders of our junior high class. So without further ado, I will let them take the reins.
And if you just press the microphone, the bar, this will light up and it'll tell you that the mic is live, okay?
Okay, press the button.
Hi, I'm Justina. Our Agriculture Academy is set to commence March 2024, built upon the rich agricultural legacy of Rolling Hills area. Rolling Hills School was established in 1956. We will use the Agricultural Academy to provide a choice in education, somewhat moving away from what has become a typical classroom environment to embrace more hands-on learning. By integrating innovative agricultural education programs, we have empowered our students to become stewards of the land and leaders in their communities.
Hi, I'm Brianka. The Rolling Hills Agricultural Academy represents a transformative shift away from the typical models of education by prioritizing real hands-on learning experiences that seamlessly integrate with the Alberta curriculum. Through our innovative approach, students become not just learners, but problem solvers, ready with the skills to tackle real-world challenges. At our academy, students will dive into the origins of their food, gaining a profound understanding of where it comes from and the complicated process involved in this production. The Agricultural Academy will also emphasize getting outside and engaging with nature, recognizing the valuable lessons it has to offer with a commitment to experimental learning. We take learning beyond the classroom, with a field trip every day, providing immersive experiences that deepen understanding and spark curiosity. It is our hope that Rolling Hills Agricultural Academy is not just a school, but a dynamic learning community that will create critical thinkers and a lifelong love for learning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hayden. The preparations undertaken for the establishment of the Ag Academy signify a concerted effort to ensure its success, with widespread support from the broader community validating its significance as a pioneering model in our area. Through consultation with Altario School and the Irvine Agricultural Discovery Center, schools that have already embraced this model, as well as our grassroots committee comprising of parents and community members, and the County of Newell, we have gathered valuable insights and expertise. The success of recent fundraising efforts, including partnerships with Rolling Hills Egg Society, and engaging in activities such as letter campaigns, 50-50 draws, and the highly anticipated duck race, have highlighted the community's commitment to ensuring the success of the Egg Academy. In terms of planning and resource gathering, meticulous attention has been given to every detail, from the installation of panels, windbreaks, and shelters to the development of essential infrastructure. The collective efforts and enthusiastic support from our partners affirm the Egg Academy's potential to not only meet but exceed expectations, setting a new standard for educational excellence and community engagement in our area.
Hi, I'm Sophie. We are profoundly grateful for the outstanding support that the Agriculture Academy has received from our community and generous partners. From essential infrastructure contributions such as water infrastructure provided by the EID, electrical infrastructure from Academy Services, and financial support from Connect First Credit Union, and to generous donations from the South Country Co-op, Oasis Trailer, and a private anonymous donor for the gates, panels, and windbreakers. Each contribution has been instrumental in shaping the success of our academy. It is through the collective efforts and generosity of our community and partners that the agriculture community continues to thrive, providing valuable opportunities for hands-on learning and growth. We are truly humbled by the overwhelming support and remain committed to delivering an exceptional educational experience for generations to come.
We are thrilled to announce the long-awaited launch of our Agricultural Academy, scheduled to open its doors mid-March of 2024. As we prepare to embark on this exciting journey, we are eager to share our vision with the community. Initially, with 2 calves, 2 sheep, 2 goats, chickens, ducks, 3 garden plots, fruit trees, and berry bushes, our academy offers a dynamic learning environment where students can immerse themselves in hands-on learning agricultural experiences with a focus on the Ag 1000 curriculum and Green Certificate courses. We are committed to providing comprehensive education that prepares students for future success in the agricultural industry.
To spread the word about our academy, we are launching a radio advertising campaign starting today, aimed at reaching families who share our passion for agriculture and hands-on learning. Our ultimate goal over the next month is to attract 25 new students who are excited to explore the exciting world of agriculture with us.
Thanks to our valued partnerships, we have successfully established almost all the necessary infrastructure for year 1. Currently, we are in the process of assembling the required infrastructure with livestock on site from March to October. We are excited to announce that farmers markets will commence in August, and livestock will be auctioned off at the Pumpkin Growers Ball, looking ahead to year 2. We are eager to expand and sustain the program with potential for keeping livestock year-round. Our focus will be on continual growth and development as we move forward.
While we have successfully established almost all the necessary infrastructure, we are currently in search of a storage solution to protect our materials from the elements, rodents, and potential theft. If the county chooses to make a donation towards our storage solution, the funds will be used to procure a sea can that meets our needs and supports future growth. Thank you for all your time, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Well, if that wasn't well rehearsed. Good job, ladies, and thank you so much for coming in. I do have a question. How has the County of Newell supported you so far in this project?
So far, we've got had lots of consultation with Todd, helping us to think of different things of, ways to do things and whatnot. I believe also, from what I've heard, that within the ag budget that there was $1,000 set aside if I'm correct on that. Yep. And otherwise, that's been about it so far, directly with the county.
Thank you for that. Just need to get that piece out. Any questions from council? Because we can't let them go without off-script questions, right? Holly?
So you guys probably know my daughter Nora. She graduated from grade 9 last year. So Nora, Mr. Flieger asked Nora lots of questions about ag because Nora lives on a farm. So I'm wondering what you guys are most excited about in this program, whether it's certain kinds of animals or whether it's the growing of fruit trees and bushes. Which does each one of you think is going to be the best part of this program?
I'm really excited for the animals because our gym teacher said we could rope them.
I'm most excited for having livestock and watching our school grow.
I'm excited that we can gain more students and also for livestock and fresh berries.
Amanda, I was looking for your hand.
If you were to add something to your school, what would you add? Another component, what would that be that you don't already have?
A high school, so we never have to leave Rolling Hills.
Oh. Okay. I was just thinking about the beekeeping. You have no bee colonies there.
We don't have bees on the plans right now. There's some insurance things we'd have to work out with regards to bees, but it's definitely something that we are interested in. The other part that wasn't maybe mentioned in this presentation that we are excited about is vermicomposting. So we've taken a field trip to Trad Worm Industries just outside of Medicine Hat in Cypress County, and we're excited to form our own vermicomposting setup. But it's costly to get that sort of thing going, so baby steps. For now, it'll probably be in totes and that sort of thing, and kept in the basement during the winter, so.
Dan, and then Lynette, and then Adina.
Are there any plans for community involvement, like maybe having a community compost area or having your community involved in the garden?
Yes, we will expand the composting area as we're able to accommodate the composting volume. As far as community involvement with the gardens, the farmers market will definitely need all hands on deck helping pick and harvest and market those goods. But during the summer, as you know, we don't go to school, but we plan to have our livestock from March-ish until October. So there will definitely be opportunity for not only school families to sign up for a few days at a time where they're in charge of taking care of everything, but community members as well.
Lynette.
You mentioned that you're going to be following an Ag 1000 curriculum. So everything that you have set up so far, does that cover, is that all covered in that curriculum? And where does it go from there? Are there more Ag curriculums for you to follow as you continue?
Ag 1000 would be one of the earlier courses, and I'm not 100% familiar with all of the high school courses and whatnot, but it's one of the earlier courses and the broadest. So being that we are not a high school, we can't offer credit courses towards any of the other high school courses that are available, but we can still follow the curriculum and use that as an opportunity for kids to see, oh, if I'm going to take this class in high school because I liked it in Rolling Hills when I was here, then I'm going to get the whole shebang and be able to actually collect course credit for it.
Adina.
Hi. So my question was also about curriculum. I had a son who took the green program in high school, and I'm just wondering, the green certificate courses, are they the same as what's offered in high school? You can't get the credit, is that right?
I believe that at the high school they would have more that they'd be able to offer, but because we're a smaller school, our facilities aren't quite as big. Like our shop area is quite small and mostly used for storage. So we would probably plan on offering the basics surrounding the green certificates. But like I said, because we can't officially give course credit, we wouldn't probably do a whole entire course at the moment. Hopefully in the future that would be something, but for now, we have to stick with just modeling after those high school type courses.
Greg?
Good morning. Thanks for your presentation. How many of you are in 4-H? Are you in, any of you in 4-H? And the reason why I ask that is because 4-H, teaches public speaking and things, and you guys speak really well. So it's almost like you're a part of the 4-H program. So good on you. That's great. You're getting it from school. My question is, you indicated that it's a field trip almost pretty well every day. That's pretty cool. I remember 40, 50 years ago, if I could go on a field trip every day, that would have been pretty awesome while I was going to school. So in that, are you going to be able to have other schools in the Grasslands School Division to come and visit your area as a field trip and be able to teach other kids about farming and where their food comes from?
Yes, we have, likely in June, we'll be having an open house, but similar to in Irvine, you can go and visit and check it out. We would welcome other schools, not just within Grasslands, to come check out our setup as a field trip so that they can learn more. Perhaps they're doing their plant unit and they want to come check out our gardens, or if they're doing bugs and worms, maybe they want to come see our worm vermicomposting setup once we have that up and running. Or maybe they're doing animals and they want to come check out our livestock. But yes, definitely.
Okay, so can you tell us what CCAN costs?
The CCAN quote that we have is for $4,450, and that includes delivery.
Thank you. I encourage you to keep tapping Mr. Green. He sometimes has the right answers, so you can pick and choose. Seriously, he will be a great resource for you, and we will continue to support this project. What about an open house, or a grand opening, I should say, in March? Is that happening?
We could do one in March, but we were thinking if we waited till June, we'd have plants growing as well. If we do it in March, it would be still possibly snow covered, which, we're all looking forward to spring.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. You were very well rehearsed and very well presented. We will get back to you on your ask. And thank you so much for coming in today. I hope this field trip was worthwhile for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. So we will get to chat with you a little bit over lunch. We will break for lunch right now. back to our next item on the agenda. And we have some guests in the room, at least one, and maybe some online. I'm going to start with you, Neil. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Neil Johnson, Division 10 Counselor.
Okay. Amanda?
Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
I'm Greg Screever, Division 5.
Hi, I'm Kelly Chrisman. I'm from the west side of the county, and I'll chair this meeting today.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, Hamlet of Tilley and area.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp from Division 3, the Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine?
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Sandra Stanway Brooks Bulletin.
And I'll introduce Jeff Tiffin at the back, Mark Harbeck, Lane Johnson, staff, high-level staff here at the county. Welcome, Stuart. Would you like to introduce our delegation?
Good afternoon, Deputy Reeve and Council. Thank you very much for having us today. So back in 2023, a budget was allocated to do a fire hall services needs assessment and a master plan. The formal request and proposal was launched about mid of 2023 with Behr Integrated Solutions being awarded the project. Behr comes to us today with a lot of experience behind them in the fire service to speak of, and I'm not going to try and do their bios. What I'll do is maybe get each one of the gentlemen that are on today to just introduce themselves and talk about their experience a little bit.
Good afternoon, Deputy Reeve and members of council. My name is Isaac Comandante. I am the Fire Master Plan project lead and project manager. And I've had over 34 years of experience in the fire service, in consulting. And I would like to introduce my colleagues, Jeff Carlisle and Kevin Jess. I'll start with Jeff Carlisle. Maybe he can introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Deputy Reeve and Council. Jeff Carlisle. I've been with Behr Integrated Solutions for 15 years. I have, I think, over 47 years of fire and emergency services. First half of my career was with the Royal Canadian Air Force, and the latter half was with Municipal, with 10 years in Fort McMurray, 3 years in Vernon, BC, and I retired from full-time work as a Kelowna Fire Chief in 2017. And I have done a lot of these master plans, and it's been a pleasure working with Chief Stewart on this one.
Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, Isaac. Good afternoon, Deputy Reeve and council members. Staff from the County of Newell, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kevin Jess. I started my fire career in the early 80s in the town of Westlock as a volunteer. Went to work for the provincial government in 1990 and retired from the provincial government as the provincial fire commissioner in January of 2020, after which I went to work for Behr Integrated Solutions, and we've been doing these fairly constantly since then, and I'm happy to see my old colleague, Chief Luchis, and a few other people in the crowd that I spent my time in out of Lethbridge with the provincial government many years ago.
Well, on behalf of Council, I'd like to welcome you all to our meeting today, and let's get underway. Thanks, Isaac.
Perfect. So I'm going to plug Kevin Jess there just for a second, just so Council is aware that Kevin Jess was actually the provincial fire commissioner for the province of Alberta for a little bit there. So he did have really high standings within the province, other than with municipal affairs. So at this time, I won't talk anymore, and I'll turn this over to Isaac to do his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. So when we started this project back in December of 2023. One of the things that we identified was to have some goals. And the strategic goals that we identified was that we wanted to make sure that the County of Newell Fire Service was successful in protecting the community as well as the firefighters. So there were 3 items that we identified. One was public education. The other was prior prevention and code enforcement. And then, of course, there's emergency response. There were a number of objectives that we also identified, and the 4 of them are enhanced firefighter safety, enhanced cost control and containment, identification of right-sized service to meet the current and future needs of the community, and increased efficiency and effectiveness. So to start off with, what we did was we did a community risk assessment, and the process of doing the community risk assessment is looking at the historical events and response data, evaluation of fire risks, and considers both probability and consequence, and probability of events, and quantified by analyzing the historical, current, and projected data, consequences of event types, and risk based on informed assessments. So this is the scope of the community risk assessment. We looked at the geographical profile, the building stock of the community, critical infrastructure profile, demographic profile, public safety and response profile, community risk services profile, hazard profile, economic, and past loss and event history. So we looked at all these 9 different profiles, and this was really the trigger on how we came up with the Fire Service Master Plan. So the community risk overview. We looked at the community growth and anticipated additions and changes to building stock. Multiple road transportation corridors, major rail transport systems, dangerous goods release, grassland, crop, bush interface fires, limitations of volunteer paid on call, and your current staffing model, reliability of firefighting water supply, and other risks include non-fire related and weather-related emergencies. So the next thing we did was we looked at your fire services and how it matches up with your community risks. So the first thing we wanted to look at is what are the fire service demands. So we looked at the profile of the community. It's country residential, mixed farming, commercial, industrial, high-intensity agricultural, medium to heavy industry, and of course the transportation corridors, and that includes not only what's rolling stock, but we also looked at petrochemicals, flammable liquids, and gases, and energy production, oil and gas, natural gas, solar, and wind and electrical. So then we looked at the process on what a fire master plan is. So what is a fire master plan? It's really a roadmap. And what we look at is anything from 1 to 10 years. What is your community going to look like in 1 to 10 years? And how is your fire service going to match up with those particular risks? And the one thing that we look at is, or we recommend, is that you look at the fire master plan every year to see if there's any community changes or activity changes in your community. And then we also recommend that you redo your fire master plan every 5 to 10 years. So here's the process that we looked at. So you came to us with the desire and the need to do a fire services master plan. That's your deciding to plan. And then you looked at your organization, and then of course you looked at your goals and your objectives. And then we came and started the project, and we collected and analyzed data, and then we conducted your community risk assessment. We analyzed the data that we collected, and then we prepared the plan. And as you can see, there is recurring cycles here where the analysis, if you look at underneath the analysis silo, there is a recurring event there where it says define alternative programs and or systems. That means if there's any changes in your community, this is where that recurring cycle is. And then of course you look at your last silo, which is your implementation. You implement the plan, revisit, as I said, the plan every year and every 5 years, and then evaluate your community risks and the plan. And then if there's any issues or any changes in your community, then you go back and recycle it again back to the planning section. So one of the first things that we did during the master planning process is we did a community tour. I spent a better part of the day along with my colleague Dale McLean, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, with the chief, and we did a fire station tour. And of course, during that fire station tour, we also did a community tour at the same time. And then after we did that, we did targeted interviews. And you'll see a list of the interviewees in the next couple of slides. We did an online firefighter survey, and this is very important to us and the results of the project, because we wanted to make sure that we had everybody's input in the fire service. Municipal comparative analysis, we looked at comparable communities around the province, keeping in mind that no two communities are alike. But what we wanted to do was we wanted to make sure that we had a bit of a map on how your current fire service is doing here and comparing it to other communities, but again, keeping in mind no two communities are alike. So here is the targeted interviews that we did. So as you can see here, we did a total of 17. Sometimes we did individuals twice, and sometimes we did offline interviews, and which are not identified here. So before we get into the summary of recommendations, does anybody have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon. I noticed in the report that you didn't mention Lake Newell Resort specifically, just part of Division 5 and 10. There's 400 people that live there. Was that one of the municipalities that you did visit?
The municipalities that we visited were all targeted with fire halls in them and what was around them. So because Lake Newell fell in Divisions 5 and 10 that Brooks takes care of, there was not a lot of time spent on that section. I apologize for that.
I would just add that that wasn't the scope of the, or part of the conversation then. Additional, like, this is a review of the fire halls that we presently run and how they run. That was the scope. Okay, yeah. Isaac, carry on.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Jeff Carlisle to talk about the summary of recommendations.
Holly, sorry.
I'll ask a question while we're waiting, because I was curious about the cost of fire engines, because you had a suggested price we'll pay as the years go on, and it's kind of pretty stiff increases. What is that number based on? Is it just strictly based on inflation, or is it just, how did you come up with those numbers?
Well, that is part of one of them is inflation, and not only that, but it's the cost of getting product from the U.S. to here. So part of that also is the conversion of funds. And then, you know, every year there's a 20% increase on fire trucks coming across the border. And it's unfortunate for us here in Canada that happens. But I'll give you an example. You can we priced out a fire truck 5 years ago at $750,000. And that same fire truck today is well over $1 million. And that's out of our control, unfortunately. Even the people that are manufacturing here in Canada, which one of them is Fort Garry and the other one is Hub, just because they manufacture here doesn't mean they get all their product or their pieces from here. They get it from the U.S. and sometimes overseas. So that's really, we're at the mercy of the economy right now and where we get our product from.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Can you try to come in again?
We will talk, Jeff will talk a little bit more about the cost of the fire trucks and how we turn them over, or how we suggest turning them over the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years.
Jeff, we can't hear you. He's not muted. I don't know what the problem is. Jeff, can you press unmute, please? There we go. Still can't hear him. Can you hear us? Yeah, he can hear us. I don't know. Neil, can you speak? I have no idea what happened. Kevin, can you say something? Nope. Nope, they're all unmuted. Okay, well, we've lost sound. Yes, please. Okay, we're going to take a short recess, see if we can figure this out. Can someone speak again, please? Can you hear each other? Okay. No. Nothing.
Jeff is actually calling in from Newell, BC. Kevin is in St. Albert. Not in the same room, unfortunately.
There's no reason for it. I have no idea. We heard them before.
So I should tell you, we are a national company. We have consultants in Ontario all the way across Canada. So that's why you get people from all over the place. And sometimes, like Dale McLean operates 6 months out of the year in Phoenix. Tim Beckett, who used to be the fire commissioner in Ontario, he operates out of Florida. And he's actually doing a project right now in Dubai for the fire service.
Yes, so working remotely, right? Mm-hmm. Getting the expertise brought in.
Well, it's the thing about our group is that you're not only getting the Alberta flavor for the fire service, you're also getting some expertise and experience.
Can the three of you leave the meeting and try rejoining? Like nothing has changed.
Oh, I see me now.
No, it's all fine. Like, it was all fine. Hold on, I gotta put this on break.
Okay, now if I could get the presentation back up on the screen, I'll be able to see what slide we're on.
Can you use your own screen for that, Jeff, so that we can leave you on the screen?
All I can see right now is yourself and Neil and Kevin. I can't see the PowerPoint.
Right.
When Isaac was speaking, I could see it in the corner. Right. Can either one of you gentlemen see the presentation?
No, I can't, but before we could.
Yeah.
So where we're having trouble is bringing in the presentation and your voice at the same time. So can you bring up your presentation on your own laptop, like minimize our picture and speak off your PowerPoint from your...
If you, sure, if you tell me what slide you're on, I'll know what you're looking at if Isaac just prompts me and tells me.
Okay.
Like right now, I believe you're on slide number 14.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you can
So
share.
we can work it through this way if you'd like. It's going to be a little clunky, but we can give her a go.
Thanks.
Okay. So this slide number 14, it's simply to identify the process under which it can be the plan can be implemented. It's council discretion in terms of the criticality of the recommendations. Of course, staff capacity plays an issue in terms of getting it done. The annual corporate priorities and the budget allocations from council. And as Isaac had said, it's a good idea for the fire chief to use this master plan as part of the budget preparation on an annual basis. I'm assuming every year the county will go through a budget process, and it's good to take a look at this and see where the various recommendations stand. So if we could advance to slide 15 and recommendation number 1. The observation we found here was while there is collaboration between the municipal departments has increased over the year, there's a need to formalize a policy where the Newell Fire Rescue Service is included in all the planning and development and land use process. This is a cost-neutral recommendation. It's just to increase the communication so that the fire chief has an opportunity to have input into the type of development that would occur. And as we get through the presentation, there are some reasons that this would, obviously it's intuitive already that the fire chief has an opportunity to look at roadway widths, cul-de-sacs, the type of development that's going up in terms of fire risk. But also in terms of any type of initiative where you're going to do some residential sprinkling of new neighborhoods. If I can move to slide number 16. This recommendation is there should be an inventory that the fire chief keeps of all the types of structures, commercial, industrial, residential, assembly occupancies, and that helps him understand the structural risk. So working with the Planning and Development Infrastructure Department is to explore the development of a multi-user building structure inventory system where you can identify the risks by major occupancies in the Alberta Building Code and using a GIS-based environment. This will help with the pre-emergency planning process, but also to understand the risks in the county. And for sure we understand that the county is quite a bit of agricultural land, those types of occupancies. There is some commercial and industrial, and obviously some residential. So this is just having a accurate information on all the structures within the county and to be well positioned to manage the current risks and assess as growth occurs, if growth occurs. Slide number 17, please. Slide number 17 is to look at a residential sprinkling. There is a provision within the Alberta Building Code, which is the National Building Code of Canada, and it's the Alberta edition. And could you please turn off your camera? Okay, I just got a text here. I'll turn off my camera.
No, not you. Just
there.
No.
Not you, Jeff.
Still hear me?
You can keep your camera on.
Hear me? I'll keep my, oh, it was for Neil. Okay. All right. All right. So in the Alberta Building Code, it is the onus of the developer or builder to build safe communities. And part of that is fire department response and spatial separation. In order to do this, a feasibility study to implement residential fire sprinkler incentive program in the hamlet and rural construction. And this will also coincide with your water servicing, which is later in the presentation. But this is to look at offsetting the need for, not offsetting, but as a provision of enhanced safety in residential structures if you sprinkler them, which will allow a more densification of a development. And they measure on 10 minutes in 90% of occurrences. But beyond that, out in a rural area that's certainly a long way away from a fire station, a residential sprinkler provides that extra additional safety. It will outperform a fire department 90% of the time. This just simply says, let's take a look at it and see if there is an incentive program for the hamlet construction, new homes, and a long-term reduction for residential fires. We can move to slide number 18. And this is the one I spoke of. If it is the desire of the county to look at residential sprinkling long-term, all the municipal servicing, or I should say not all, but the municipal serving with respect to the standard utility connection, which is usually at a 3/4 inch pipe, would need to be an 1.5 inch pipe. So there is, if you do decide to do that in terms of being prepared to accept residential sprinkling, there may be additional costs in terms of municipal servicing and the pipe size that's required to support a sprinkler system in a residential structure. We would now move to slide number 20. If there's any questions, please let me know. I can see, I'll be able to see and hear somebody, or see somebody put their hand and if they have a question. So recommendation number 6 is to look at wildfire prevention plans and implement the fire program. We understand that there is wildfire risk within the county, and there may be some grants that are available in this case, in looking at partnering with Alberta Agriculture, Irrigation, and Alberta Forestry and Parks, and look at the grass and cropland wildfire prevention. Okay. And the Fire Smart principles probably, it was an Alberta initiative way back when I was in Fort McMurray. A very good program that's been adopted right across the country. Slide number 21 and recommendation number 7 is you have a number of agreements with the various hamlets and partner departments. And this one, from an administrative perspective, says let's consolidate all those agreements, understanding that there may be some specific nuances depending on the type of hamlet or the type of fire department, but it would be better under a consolidated agreement so that the instead of looking at 4 different agreements, you'd be looking at one with the various provisions in there to meet specific requirements. Okay, and we go to recommendation number 8. We looked at the organization from an operational effectiveness and efficiency perspective, and Chief Lecce Stewart is doing a very good job, but there is no depth in terms he's on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And as most fire chiefs would do that in any case, what we're saying here, it would really help, given the size of the department you have. I understand you're in the neighborhood of 143 firefighters in the county that you have either partnered with through agreement. That's a lot. That's a big commitment. And this deputy chief would provide some additional operational and administrative support to assist the chief in managing the various aspects of the fire service. And also some of the recommendations that are in this master plan. I mean, it's a required work capacity that would help with the implementation of this plan along with the day-to-day operation. Recommendation number 10 is, I understand that you have administrative support right now, and I believe it's 0.5, and we're saying here that given all the things, the business side of the fire service, tracking responses, tracking training, some of the equipment management, and all those things required in the OH&S regulation requires some support in terms of administrative support, and it would be really a great asset to the chief if he had a full-time admin assistant to help with all the business aspects of running the county fire service. Any questions so far? Okay, I'll press on. This one is about the Scandia and Bow City Fire Departments and their fire halls, and there was some input about the fact that these stations are lower call volume, but in terms of geographic coverage, we're saying that they're well served where they're at, and they should remain as a single bay response and continue to provide the support to Division 4 and in the county, as opposed to combining into one central fire station. Okay, and apparently in the CRA, it was identified there's growth in the Scandia area and consideration for location of available POCs. So it's a good idea to keep these as separate entities at this point. Okay, let's go to recommendation number 13. Conduct a detailed feasibility study for the replacement of the Scandia Fire Hall, considering functional design and safety. This is the county furthest southwest area. Division 4 is being served by a Scandia Fire Department and has been identified as resetting growth. It meets only the minimum requirements in terms of the operational functionality of the fire department, and there's no capacity for additional apparatus, equipment, or emergency vehicles. The fire hall has been identifying OH issues that should be addressed. Apparatus, water filling procedures are outside. That would be pretty difficult during a cold Alberta winter. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the. This is just to look at the replacement of that station for recommendation number 13. We can move now to recommendation number 14. The Bow City Fire Hall is on private land from what we understand, and there is no lease for the placement of that station. And this is to look at it and say, let's formalize a lease agreement. It makes sense if the county is operating out of that or has interest in the Bow City Fire Hall, that lease be identified. And also, this station had a number of operational, functional, and safety issues within the building and the surrounding property that needs to be addressed. Okay. Recommendation number 15, and continue to monitor the services being provided by the Bow City and assess the continued reliance on the fire department. There is a limitation for volunteer service, especially small volunteer services like Bow City. And what this one here is to monitor how many volunteers are responding, the activity of the fire department, that particular service, to see if it remains as a viable, sustainable service. And yeah, there may be some other options to provide services to that area, but at this time is to look at it and say, what is basically the operational functionality of it? It's no reflection on the volunteers. This is a very difficult, I mean, I think we can all understand if you only respond to 10 emergencies a year, it takes a lot of effort to maintain your skills and proficiency to be able to operate a safe and viable response. Recommendation number 16, and this is to provide a discussion to talk about automatic aid. So in your response protocols, your dispatch protocols, any call that would be in the districts 4 North and 4 South would be automatically dispatched the city of Brooks. And this is just to provide depth of response. When you have small volunteer departments like this, You don't know who's going to respond on what time of day or night or what time of year it is. And in this way, you have for sure, you're guaranteed that there, or almost guaranteed that there would be a response from Brooks. Okay.
Stand by, Jeff.
16. I think we're on to recommendation number 20.
We have a question, Jeff.
Isaac, is that correct?
We have a question, Jeff.
I can't hear you.
Hi, Jeff. I have a question. With regards to recommendation 16, so that's my division, I'm kind of curious why you're feeling a need to enter discussions with the city of Brooks. We're closer to Rolling Hills, and Rolling Hills has traditionally been the first response if Scandia needs it. So why are you feeling we need to bring the city of Brooks into the Scandia one? I can see for both city, but why do you feel so for Scandia? Or for South, that would be.
Go ahead.
So currently within the county, and some things have changed over the last little while because Rolling Hills has gotten extrication equipment. We do tend to filter Rolling Hills down into the Scandia area for doing extrication and for doing structure fires. The other aspect that we really need to look at is response times, and Brooks tends to get out of the chute a little bit quicker and gets moving quicker and can get down into that area pretty fast compared to trying to rally all the people from Rolling Hills to come down. But a lot of my aspect over the last little while has been trying to use Rolling Hills more to the Scandia area and then Brooks more over into the Bow City area is the way I've done my matrix. We actually just finished doing protocols with Red Deer Dispatch that kind of talks to that as well. So.
If you engage in getting help from the city of Brooks, does that affect the amount, does that affect the fire transfers if we're using them more? So there is a cost if we use them. It says neutral, but there would be a cost. Is that correct?
There would be a little bit of a cost, but currently we do have agreements with the city of Brooks for up until Rolling Hills got their extrication equipment. City of Brooks always responded into Scandia's area if there was a vehicle crash because they had the extrication equipment. So truly Brooks's responses have hopefully slowed down a little bit for the amount of the MVCs, the 2 or 3 that happen within the Scandia area every year because Rolling Hills will now come.
If I may, I would just like to point out, Stuart, this is Behr's report, so we can ask you anytime these questions. So I think Councillor Johnson would like to hear from the Behr report, and correct me if I'm wrong. But Jeff or Isaac, if you'd like to respond to Councillor Johnson's questions, that would be appreciated.
So Jeff and Isaac can no longer hear what's going on in here. Ariana is chatting with them. The questions, which they can read.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We hear you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Can you hear us, Jeff?
I can hear you now, yes. Okay, could we ask the question again?
Okay, my question was that I'm questioning on recommendation 16 because it talks about getting automatic aid fire response into 4 South from Brooks. And traditionally, or for the most part, Rolling Hills has been the first department to respond if 4 South needs assistance. So I'm wondering why you're recommending the city of Brooks.
Okay, before Jeff answers, I
just lost audio again.
Well, I'll start by answering that question, but Jeff and Kevin should follow. One of the things that we wanted to make sure when we were doing this project was it was very collaborative between us and the chief. So we didn't want to just go away and come up with our own recommendations. We wanted to make sure that we got all our information correct and all our information compiled into an informed recommendation. Sorry, I have Kevin and Jeff listening on my phone so that we can try and try and cobble this thing together. But anyways, that's the reason why, we looked at the chief, and we do this. It's a normal procedure for us, or a process for us, to be very collaborative with the chief. So I will let Kevin or Jeff answer why we made this recommendation, number 16. Jeff, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this recommendation is simply to ensure that you have a physical response coming into the fire district 4 North and 4 South. It just provides that depth. Brooks has a composite fire department, and they would have the capacity, in our understanding, that they'd be able to provide that additional support. That would be my understanding. And Kevin, please join in if you have any context on that. Did that answer the question?
Yep, we'll leave it at that for now.
I'm sorry, it's really difficult to do this with the technical challenges we're having.
Yeah, granted. Do you want to carry on to recommendation 17?
17, or is it looks like 20?
Yes, I will tell you that the reason why there's numbers being skipped was because we wanted to make sure that we honed in on the issues and the operations, or the recommendations that you guys were that focused in on your issues, rather than doing the operations of a normal day-to-day for the fire chief.
So the recommendations you see are respective policy and budget. The operational level recommendations we've hid, because those are within the fire chief's responsibility to address things like operational guidelines, protective equipment. So that's why we go from 16 to 20, is out of the interest of time, and what is the specific interest to council.
Thank you.
So recommendation number 20 is working with the partner fire departments to determine the appropriate service levels within the county based on risk and minimum service level capacity. So what that means is each area would have a specific demand zone, and through the risk assessment process that we've done and looking at each response zone, you determine what the service capacity would be. For example, if you're a remote area that's 8 kilometers or further from the fire station, in NFPA 1720, it's contingent on the travel time. So the response to that particular area would be how long it would take for a fire truck to travel that distance, as opposed to having a 10-minute response time in 90% of the time in an urban area. So this just says formalize your service delivery policy through all areas of the county, understanding that there'll be different service levels throughout the county. Any questions on that one? Okay. Number 21. So this has everything to do with the occupational health and safety for firefighting in Alberta and the requirements. And what we're saying here is that the Newell Fire Rescue Service partner with the fire departments and ensure that they're all properly trained and meeting the proper safety regulations for the protection of themselves and the citizens that they protect. So it's all about training qualifications, competencies that each of the fire departments and each individual needs to have in order to operate safely. And like I said, in the Alberta OH&S regulations, it's very specific. Basically, it is you train and equip your firefighters to do the job that you expect of them. Recommendation number 22 follows along with that, in that you'll need some additional resources to manage this training in order to meet those regulations. And in this case, we're looking at a dedicated training coordinator position that also has operational response duties. So it would be a dual position and provide the support Again, I go back to, I believe we have around 143 volunteers. That's a lot of training. That's a lot to maintain that, to ensure that the areas that are being protected by them, they're meeting the minimum training requirements. We'll skip forward. Oh, question? Okay.
Could I just get clarification on 2 points? So, first of all, was the training before just not being done, or was someone else doing it from a different organization? And secondly, are you saying that every firefighter needs to be trained to a certain level before they can be a firefighter? Is that what you're getting at? I'm not following your, more from recommendation 21 part. I'm not following that.
Is that for me to answer, or is the chief answering that one?
Go ahead, Jeff. Answer that.
So the first part of the question is, has the training been done before? And my response to that, to look at the training record, there was some gaps in it in various of the partner departments. So there needs to be concerted oversight on this to make sure they're trained. And to answer the second question, you're absolutely correct. There is qualifications that are required by each firefighter depending on the type of service that they provide. For example, if you're only going to do exterior firefighting, you may not need all the qualifications of a journeyperson firefighter in NFPA 10001, which is what the standards are based on in the Alberta OH&S regulation. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Where are we at now? I think it's recommendation number 25.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Recommendation number 25 is to add an appropriate basic level watercraft and related PPE to the apparatus inventory in order to do the water rescue and the risks identified in the fire division. You have several bodies of water in the county, and during the summer months, there's significant increase in recreational boating, fishing, and other water related activities. Some of the firefighters have taken certified water rescue courses. However, there are no rescue boats in the inventory for the Newell Fire Rescue Service. And the community risk assessment has identified the several bodies of water that pose a significant risk. And the only available rescue boat you have right now is from the city of Brooks. Okay. Recommendation 29, okay?
Just before you go on, Jeff, I think this question is for Stuart. Do we not have an RCMP boat, and we also fund SARS, Southern Alberta Rescue Society, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
But it's good to remember that the RCMP boat is located at the Brooks Fire Hall. And the RCMP boat, a lot like Brooks, you have to have certified people that come in and can operate it. And the last thing I heard from RCMP, and I don't want to be quoted on this, but there's only one person that's actually certified to drive that boat right now within the RCMP service. So if they're working, it works. If they don't, it's not there.
So that's why you left them out of the report.
That's right.
Then.
And CSAR is just too far away. Medicine has a long ways to come for search and rescue to come and do a rescue. That would be more on the recovery end, that RCMP is in charge of asking them to come and do something like that.
Thank you.
So I believe we're now on recommendation number 29. So this is to deal with fleet management and to ensure the necessary maintenance and upgrades are maintained on all apparatus, with particular attention on apparatus which has been in service for the past 20-year life cycle. You have established an apparatus vehicle replacement plan of 20 years, which is consistent with fire underwriters and the NFPA standards. However, you have some of your major apparatus is past that 20-year replacement, and that would have to be maintained in order to ensure the reliability of the service, the credibility of the service, and liability and firefighter safety running vehicles that are past their recommended life cycle. Any questions on that recommendation?
Holly has a question.
I'm just really confused about this past the 20-year life cycle. We've talked about it here a number of times. I believe the recommendation comes from a national organization in terms of insurance, and yet there are clearly many fire vehicles in this province and different provinces which are past the 20-year cycle and still being used. So how do we understand how that affects our insurance and or not? In this report, I just didn't see, unless I missed it, I didn't see an explanation that really clarified that for me.
I could barely hear, but I think the question was, how can other fire services in the province run vehicles that are past their life cycle, and that it's a nationally applied standard? Is that the question? I'm sorry, I can hardly hear. So there's two leading standards. There's the National Fire Protection Association of Canada, or association, which is an international, and it recommends any fire truck that's 15 years or older to be life cycled out, and it's specifically based on the advancements in firefighter safety and operational safety of a fire truck. The other one is the Fire Underwriters Fire Underwriters Survey in Canada, and they have aligned themselves with NFPA. That particular one sets your fire risk gradings, which has a direct impact on your fire insurance ratings in your fire insurance premiums in your community. Typically, it would hit commercial or industrial occupancies or businesses as opposed to residential. So these are the leading standards and practices that are done across the country, that are applied across the country. You can certainly, as authority having jurisdiction, extend the life cycle of a vehicle, which you have done. However, we would recommend that it has to have a condition survey every year to look at how well it's performing. You start to run into a problem when you have multiple repairs and the value of the vehicle when you dispose of it, where there's a point of no return. And then besides that is the reliability of running a vehicle that's that old as an emergency response. It's very difficult for you to go rent a fire truck. You can do it. It's easier to rent a dump truck or a snowplow. So in this case, these are the standards that are set, and your insurance premiums are set by the fire underwriters, and they apply this grading from your age of your fire trucks. Now, hopefully I answered the question.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
And there's quite a bit of detail in the report about in that regard. Okay. Can we move to recommendation number 30? Okay. And the light vehicles is your general purpose vehicles, and typically what we've seen is a 7 to 10 year replacement cycle. There's no standard for that. It's whatever the municipality looks at. So in this case here, we're just saying to look at a replacement schedule of your light vehicles and determine what's appropriate. Say my experience is anywhere from 7 to 10 years, and it's depend on usage. This would be your pickup trucks and those types of things like that. Okay. The recommendation 31 is the general service vehicle that's at the Rosemary Fire Hall, and we're recommending that this be removed from service in terms of the county's inventory of light general service vehicles. $32 is an increase, and the reason this one's in here because of the cost that there is to purchase vehicle extrication equipment to be carried on the Bow City, Scandia, and Patricia frontline pumpers. At the current time, they don't have appropriate equipment to deal with MVCs or MVIs, and this would provide the tools to respond to those types of emergencies. 33 this is to reconfigure the existing rapid response vehicle in Patricia to carry, and this is just to add additional equipment to this. Go ahead. I thought somebody was asking a question, sorry. This is just to add additional vehicle extrication equipment to the Patricia rapid response vehicle. Recommendation 36. Alarm handling, processing opportunities with Red Deer. There are standards. Again, NFPA 1221 talks about how long alarm handling, alarm processing takes. And in our analysis, we looked at that the alarm process standard of 60 seconds is by a considerable margin. The 9th percentile is 17%. So the time that's identified in the standard at 90% with 60 seconds is only being complied 17% of the time. So there needs to be a discussion with Red Deer Dispatch and look at why the alarm handling is delayed or why it's not meeting the standard and what opportunities exist to improve that. Because that all fits together in terms of a timely response. Assembly time is how long it takes for the volunteers to go from their house or place of work to the station, and the wheels start turning for the vehicle to go out the door. Assembly times represent the largest impact in overall response time in the County of Newell. So it extends the reason we're dealing with a volunteer service. It takes, if you had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning from your house, drive to a fire station, get a fire truck and out, it takes time. So this is looking at what opportunities do you have that would enhance that and get the vehicles out the door in a more timely fashion. But this is a typical challenge with volunteer services. And this is also in the dispatch logic or dispatch protocols, is to look at the various demand zones. We talked about establishing the performance measures in each demand zone. So what would go along with that is the dispatch protocols that would be automatic. If you're saying we're responding to a call in Scandia, it's automatic which vehicles are going to go, where the backups are coming from. It's all part of the dispatch logic. And this one here is basically saying to look at those demand zone and establish the dispatch protocols and automatic incident classifications. Critical analysis. This goes along with your core services. What are the core services you are expecting to provide, and what are the critical tasks? And that's look at each emergency type. Like an MVI, you need people to operate the hydraulics, you need vehicle stabilization, casualty care. All these things take people to do that, and a critical task analysis establishes what that would look like. And in this case, your operational guidelines would indicate, for example, an interior fire of a residential fire, it requires 17 firefighters. If you don't have 17 firefighters to go inside that building, and it comes at different increments, then it's not safe to do that. So the operational guidelines, the critical task analysis would say, at this point, here's what you can achieve. If you only have 4 people outside a burning building, here's what you can do in terms of the type of operation, which in this case would be more of a defensive than offensive operation. And this one deals with records management and to look at, to be able to measure how the system is working, to look at all the benchmarks in terms of the emergency response and to record on those responses. And that way you can really evaluate what your system is doing. Issues were encountered during the data analysis with existing tracking spreadsheets, including some dates were found to be incorrect or mistyped, multiple categories describing the same type of incident, and other minor errors that were common. So this is a manual process you're using now. There is automated systems you can use that will track all that in terms of how the system, how each department is performing. And that was painful to do with the technology. I'm hoping it came across well, and that concludes the recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Well, in terms of budget, I think we'll just turn the budget over to you, Stuart. Just kidding. Just kidding. So recommendations varied between 6 and 24 months. Holidays are now canceled. No. Kidding.
There's a bake sale.
A bake sale after this. All right. Thank you, Jeff, Isaac. Kevin, questions, council, for Behr? I'm going to start with Lynette.
I was kind of thinking that it might get addressed at some point, but I don't remember hearing him say anything about it. He was talking about assembly times for these smaller fire departments, like especially volunteers. Somewhere in the report, it said that there used to be pre-alerts, like which would almost, I'm thinking, coming from Red Deer. Why would that have been stopped? Because to me, that makes sense, especially, you might assemble, but then just go, okay, we don't need you, or I don't know.
Stuart's
I'm curious what's going on with that.
Red Deer has gotten better, and they are doing pre-alerts that do come out to us. What we don't see is when the pre-alert comes out, how long have they already been on the phone with said person to process things, right? Or sometimes part of that issue is, in particular on medical calls, which is 56% of what the County of Newell does. Medical calls go off to Calgary, and then once the rubric is decided, it comes back to Red Deer Dispatch to dispatch our fire department guys. So there's another delay that could happen for a little bit while they process to say, is it an alpha or is it an echo call? And who do we, do we send our first responders out? Because within the County of Newell, a lot of our fire departments decide whether they're going on alpha through to echo or just delta echo calls. So there's a little bit of work that goes there too that also delays that time. Up until this report, I wasn't aware of that. I thought when we got a pre-alert, it was almost instantaneous, and they were, and a lot of times they do say we're still processing the call because they know it takes us a couple minutes to get to the fire halls to do what we have to do. So it is there, but through analysis, and the way Behr did this was they asked Red Deer for their call reports, so they could actually see exactly when call comes in to dispatch to trucks finally arriving at a scene. So that's not our spreadsheets. That's actually Red Deer Dispatch's sheet that they analyzed and said we're missing that 90% of the time that we should be getting that off and going within the 90 seconds.
Okay, my question is for our report authors. Not sure which one, but my question to you is, in your opinion, two-pronged. HR, are we well established with our volunteer response team throughout the county? And secondly, are we served well, in your opinion? I realize I heard already that we haven't seen all of the county, so I'm not sure you can answer this question, but I believe 9 fire departments. So are we in a good position, or are we short? Are we over in the capital in that regard? So I'm HR and capital asking.
Okay, I'll answer this first. Jeff, are you still with us, Jeff? Can you still hear us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hardly, I don't know what the discussion is because I can't hear it.
Jeff, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the question is, well, there was a two-pronged question, but the final question is the community being served well right now with the resources that they have? Is that correct?
My assessment of that is by and large, yes. But obviously in the report, it identifies areas that need to be enhanced or improved.
Yes, but what I'm looking for is your opinion on capital, meaning fire halls, And HR, meaning volunteer firefighters throughout the county. Are we well stocked? Are we short? Are we over? I don't think we can ever be over, but
Yeah, I'll answer that before Jeff jumps in. I think the problem here, and it's an ongoing problem all across the country, all across North America, in fact. You can always have a roster of paid on call or volunteer firefighters. However, you don't know when they're going to show up or how many are going to show up. That is the issue. Now, the second part of that is, are they well trained? Are they properly trained? And we made a number of comments in the report that says there's some inconsistencies on how much training you're getting right now for your firefighters. So there's a number of different aspects that goes along with a firefighter that can go out and do an effective job. One of them is, are they going to show up in time? Second to that, are they going to be trained? And third to that is, are they going to be well resourced? And unfortunately, because you're operating a volunteer fire department, there's always going to be a question mark there. And part of that is going to be capital. Training is capital, resources or equipment is capital. Whether they show up or not, it's you don't know. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree, Isaac. And the other question was about additional fire stations. I think we identified that you take a look at the Scandia and Bow City and monitor their performance and see if a consolidated new station would be required. At this point in time, we're saying no, that you don't need any additional infrastructure. Obviously, there's recommendations for enhanced equipment so that the firefighters have the tools to do the job. In general, your question about is the county being well served?
Yeah.
It is, but it's got its limitations based on being a number of small volunteer organizations that have very finite capabilities.
I will add to that there was a recommendation in there to have a look at our feasibility study done on the Scandia fire hall because of the impending growth in the community.
Yes, that was there. Yeah.
thank you. Any other? Greg?
Yeah, this is for the people at Behr. Thanks for your report. I just wondering, what's the acceptable response time to an urban type fire in the county? What is acceptable for in your basis?
Jeff, I'll let you answer that. You're muted, Jeff.
So urban area in 1720 is 15 firefighters in 9 minutes, and I'm pulling that out of thin air, but that's pretty sure that's what it is. If you're going to follow that standard, what would be probably the recommended service standard would be an engine company of 5 people within 10 minutes in any urban or suburban area as an initial alarm assignment.
Thanks for that. Anybody else? Holly?
Just one final question. The report and your recommendations are a fair bit of funds you would like the county to expend to meet that. Did you not come across any efficiencies or any ways that we could save some money in how we're doing it already, or how something could be changed to make it more efficient?
I'll answer that question first, and then I'll let the other guys answer. There were a number of recommendations in there that were noted as neutral, cost neutral, which meant that those recommendations can be done within the fire service, within the current service already. So those are the added efficiencies that they could look at. Things like you didn't see, like standard operating procedures and guidelines. That's one example. But yeah, there are a number of items in there that can be improved upon without the cost implications. Jeff, you can add to that?
I couldn't hear the question, Isaac. I'm sorry.
I guess I would. sorry, they're cost neutral, but they still take staff time. And if without hiring more staff, can they be done? Because right now we only have Stuart and half-time admin support, and they're doing a lot already. So without hiring more staff, would those things actually be able to happen?
Okay, my response to that is that the items that we looked at that needed additional resources was an additional deputy fire chief and a training officer position and administrative. And these recommendations can be implemented without those positions, but it's going to take a long time. And I think there's some immediacy here in terms of the training qualifications and measuring the service that you're providing, integrating those agreements. So in the absence of that, I would look to the fire chief and say, how long would it take you to do this? And I can almost guarantee that it's going to take a lot longer and a big impact on his work-life balance and able to move these things forward. And again, I would emphasize the ones on terms of the occupational health and safety for firefighters.
Thank you. Any further questions? Lynette?
When looking at the survey responses from our firefighters, I was wondering if we should be concerned about some of the answers to the questions. For example, on one it said maintenance is not adequate. 50% agreed with the fact that maintenance is not adequate. 40% on the question that said fire station was not adequate. Are these responses, should they be concerning, or is it just because it's one person's opinion and it depends which fire hall they're at? Or I don't know, just your opinion on that. You've obviously done a lot of these reports.
I'll answer that first, Jeff, and then you can jump in. Yeah, it's exactly what you just said. It's one person's opinion without any quantitative data or context. Yeah, so and sometimes they're being manipulated or even talked to by other firefighters saying, "Oh, I put this down. You should put the same answer down," because for whatever reason. Jeff, do you want to add to that?
I think you're going to have to paraphrase the question for me because I can't hear them.
Okay, Jeff, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the question was, in the firefighter survey, there were a number of questions in there that were answered in some way, 50%, and other ways that are 40%. And the question is, should they be concerned with those answers? For instance, one is about the fire hall. Are the fire halls being maintained? 50% answered yes. The other 50% answered no. Is that correct, Lynette? Sorry, maintenance.
Yes. So the feedback is valuable in determining what the firefighters are seeing as the support to them to do their job. So I would say that all those questions should be looked at and evaluated to see if there is any merit to them. In the case of, is the fire station meeting the needs and it's 50-50 or 51-49, that would require the chief to go out and have a look at it and see what the specific issues are and deal with them.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, we did our own review along with the fire chief as well. So there's a number of aspects to that, including what their opinions are as well. So we ask their questions, we go in and review or evaluate, and then we have a conversation with the chief about it.
Okay, any other questions? No? Seeing none, I think we will thank you, gentlemen, for your work and for your expertise, for your service, your many years of service to our province and to our local fire departments. And Stuart, thank you for bringing these folks in to educate us. And hopefully we will see you guys around and with good news down the road.
Thank you very much on behalf of the Behr team.
Stuart.
Deputy Reeve, with that, I kind of saved the recommendation right to the end, but the recommendation is that council accept this report with the understanding that administration will be following this up with a work plan that includes budget implications for these key priorities. That is the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Council? Holly?
I'd like to make a motion to go for option 2 and just take it as information at this point in time.
Okay. Comments? Call the question. All in favor? Oh, Dan?
Do we want to refer this to a committee of the whole meeting then, as part of the motion, or just leave it?
Matt?
I'd recommend, we got 253 pages of some pretty impactful recommendations. Internally, staff will be looking at the recommendations and looking for the low-hanging fruit, the things that we can make movement on with the resources we currently have employed. And I think you will naturally see some of these recommendations surface as part of our 2025 budget conversations.
Answer your question, Dan? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to take recommendation number 2 at this time. All in favor of Holly's motion? That is carried then. Thank you all for your attention today to this, and we look forward to moving this forward, Stuart. Thank you. Sure. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back to, we have a couple items for in camera that we'll come back to. So thank you. Let's carry on with this meeting, 2:30. We have a couple items. I'll start the first one, if that's okay. Oh, sure. Let's. Okay, let's do that then. Mm-hmm. All in favor of Adina's motion? That is carried. Whew.